in case of alert. So, I welcome all the participants of our conference, The Right to Dignity in Collective Centers. So thank you for your joining to our conference as you follow us on the Facebook website of Ombudsman's office in Ukraine. We have our conference in Ukrainian and in English languages, so you can type your questions online under the post. Also, we have different sections, Q&A sections as well. So let's start. The first floor is given to the Ombudsman of Ukraine, Mr. Dmytro Lubinets. The floor is yours. Good morning, distinguished friends, colleagues. I'm happy to welcome everyone in our conference related to the situation in collective centers. We have this conference for the second time. We have here our distinguished previous members. We have our Vice Prime Minister Irina Vereshchuk, and we also have numerous heads of administrations that will join us online. Also, some other participants will be here. A separate thank to our permanent partners, UNHCR in Ukraine. This agency helps us to conduct our work. So, distinguished colleagues, on the 2nd of May 2023, we held our first event related to right for dignity in collective centers, where we discussed the minimum standards and management and administration issues and some minimum other problems related to this. I'd like to thank everyone for our joint work, and we should show specific results of our joint work. Namely, on the 1st of September 2023, based on the recommendation of Ombudsman's Office and with cooperation with NGOs, the Ukrainian Cabinet of Ministers has adopted the resolution 930 that defines the order of functionaries of collective centers of IDPs. This resolution has been designed with the participant of our office, with UNHCR involvement, CCCM cluster, and the group of influence, various NGO, protection cluster, shelter cluster, Caritas in Ukraine, the IOM, the NGO Crimsos, the charitable organization Vostok SOS, and other organizations. And a special thank you is given to our people's members and other high officials. So we needed these legislative documents to have these minimum standards in place. And I also have presented a special statement presented on the 14th of December 2022 related to the issues of protection of rights of IDPs. And I also presented the annual statement on the 13th of May 2023 within the Parliament of Ukraine, and this recommendation have given a lot of votes. So this resolution defines the designation of responsibilities between numerous administrations, the self-government bodies, and other respective structures. Now, all collective centers should be should be approved by the administration and the level of region, and partners can give such support to these places. Starting from 2014, even on the 10th year of the presence of a huge problem, namely internal displacement of people, the state hasn't managed to regulate, to resolve this solution. So we have managed to do this. The number of collective centers have increased significantly. Before the full-scale invasion, we have 147. Now we have them more than 2,000. And in fact, according to our data, this number can even be even higher, even up to 4,000 of such centers, and some of these centers in a mode of waiting for possible accommodation. So we had some issues related to unofficial accommodation when people required some places for living urgently. So we also conducted numerous monitoring visits, and with the help of these monitoring visits, we managed to understand the full scale of this problem. And here I'd like to give special gratitude for some joint monitoring visits to the People's Deputy, Maxim Tkachenko, Sergei Kozyrev, Ruslan Horbenko, and all the participants of the Interfractional Association IDP of Ukraine. Honestly, with all due respect to all the partners, when People's Deputy come, Irina Andreevna comes to the region, my representative joins this group. Some discussions are being held in quite a different level, and those state regional heads do not just reacting fairly promptly, but they try to find solutions to specific issues. For us, our priority is the protection of our citizens of Ukraine. In fact, now we have visited all the oblasts in Ukraine. We are not going to stop our efforts. We will do it and distinguish our participants, and we are happy that such high officials managed to participate in these visits. So these recommendations that we have designed after our visiting include the following: 34% of recommendations have been given to numerous oblasts. Ivano-Frankivska Oblast was provided to 90% of completion of our recommendations. Some oblasts have shown not such good results, but my idea today is not to criticize them. My idea today is to say that we need to resolve this problem. We should not mute all our efforts and issues. And the fact that we have organized such an important conference for the second time testifies that the issue of IDP's protection is under my first priority and under my responsibility. I'd like now to address self-government bodies and heads of civil military administration. I know the situation we find ourselves. The war has continued. We have some deficit in funds, but our responsibility and duty to have those collective sides towards the minimum standards and towards the normal conditions are not something that we should do. We must do. We must provide those conditions to be in line with our normal life conditions. And 100%, I am going to look forward to the implementation, and once there will be no proper implementation, I will signal to the government of Ukraine for some corrective measures. And let me explain why I'm so specific. Some international partners approach us and tell us that they're ready to provide financial, but the problem is that they cannot find any respective documents and other things are lacking. We simply do not see any ideas and willingness to provide these normal conditions. So our task as representatives of this state to provide all the legalistic issues and to let all our partners to be satisfied with our work and donate additional financing for our IDPs. I'm sure that this is only the beginning and we have some specific results. So we are going to continue our efforts. And I'm convinced that the government of Ukraine will continue to emphasize their attention to the issues of collective accommodation, of and will embed it into some durable solutions. Our war has been here with us for so many years. We don't know how much time we will need for the occupation of our territories, for demining, for adjustment of some normal conditions of living before people will come back to their places of origin. This is a tough task. This is quite a long-term job we should do. So now we should think in long-term solutions. So we actually urge everyone to continue working in your respective areas of work. And once again, I call for our international partners and humanitarian partners, please continue your IDP support program in Ukraine. So please think in long-term solutions of financing and support in numerous ways. We need to understand clearly that the situation in Ukraine is not going to be eased, but in the opposite. Probably before the heating season starts, we understand that this time, this winter, is going to be even harder. So we would like to rely on our partners' support in the accommodation of funds. Anyway, we also find our responsibility for our internal work. I wish everyone to have a good and honest discussion directed to reaching a specific result. And as a plenipotentiary, as Ombudsman on the human rights of Ukraine, can do something additionally to find some new initiatives, you can count on our institutions and personally on me. I'm convinced today that we have one huge team with one directed thoughts that understands that we work for the protection of those million of people who have lost everything due to the Russian Federation, and our job is to provide all possible solutions to them, to provide them with all new conditions. I wish everyone a good job and glory to Ukraine.
Thank you. I have two microphones in my hands, as you can see, because I would like to invite two people now to turn the floor over to them. They are the MPs, the members of parliament, who are taking care of the IDP problems. And these are Maxim Kozyr and Sri Kozyrev and Maxim Tkachenko, who are going to have the floor next. Good morning. We are infinitely grateful to all the participants for all you are doing for the IDPs, and I would like to thank you, Mr. Dmitro, and to all of your team. This indeed has been a teamwork, and our today's meeting is a confirmation of this. teamwork, and we can see also from our work in the field, so to say, the fact that your institution has been developing, and the focus of your institution's work has been successful care for the IDPs. And as I understand, both you and the families, they go through these people, you practically, you go through through all these problems yourselves. To return to Volnovakha, to return to our previous places, to the previous places of residence. And without your work, this assistance to the IDPs has not been as constructive. In our work, we feel our support, the support of the government and support of Ms. Irina, the Deputy Prime Minister, her personal assistance. And this work has already produced practical results in the regions. And it's been a pleasure to hear Mr. Dmitro hinting practically, but still he said that we can hint at some critical issues. He thanked, in fact, the Ivano-Frankivsk regional administration, and we would like to join in this gratitude, expression of gratitude, because we have seen it for ourselves that in Ivano-Frankivsk region they have reached some results. We also thank Poltava regional administration, and we would like to thank the representatives of the other administrations who do not distinguish between the local populations, their local populations, and IDPs without dividing people in their regions into our people and the others. One positive development that I would also like to point out is that recent introduction of the new term of collective sites in Ukrainian language. It's the places of temporary residence now, according to the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. And it doesn't matter if it's the Ombudsman or the other specialists in the field or the members of Parliament. We all need to work in order to help these millions of people to get housing. If somebody hopes that all of them will return to their previous places of residence, I must disappoint these people. It's going to be only an insignificant percentage, insignificant share of these people. A lot of houses, a lot of housing has already been not only damaged but destroyed. Therefore, if we call it the temporary housing, and we are working on making conditions in that housing dignified. Let us start working towards the resolution of this global issue at the countrywide level of the issue of housing. I would like to thank you, Sergei Kozyrev, and I would like to thank everybody who has gathered here. You have gathered here not for a photo op or for some press event. It's the real care, the expression of the real care for IDP. So let me thank you, your team, everybody who has joined our initiatives that tackle this problem of creating permanent housing. Yesterday there was a transfer, so to say, of the newly constructed housing to the IDPs, and there was this series of Stasic cartoons. You might remember those videos. It's not a cartoon, it was a video, probably. Sasik was a young boy, and his family was relocated to Chernivtsi. And yesterday, that family was given a new flat. So it's there. It's their housing now. That new housing was constructed for them. They transferred back to Dnipropetrovsk, and the new flat was given to them in Dnipropetrovsk. Thank you for all who participated in that. Well, thank you very much for this event. My feeling is that it's really needed. Thank you, Ms. Irina, and your cabinet ministers colleagues. And as has already been mentioned, since 2014, the authorities, the government have not done all that they were supposed to do in order to resolve the set of problems that we have been mentioning. So some of these successes that we are discussing today, they are breakthroughs really, and they provide for lots of people. They provide a lot of people with an opportunity to return to their previous places of residence where they have housing. And these people, and there are millions of them, they would be able to renew their normal life. They will be able to contribute to our economic development. And we understand that the IDP problem now is, in social terms, in terms of social assistance, it's the largest, second largest problem in the country, because around 6 million people left the country, but about 5 million people are internally displaced inside the country. So it's the second largest problem. So we have a task in front of ourselves to work as the government, as the office of the Ombudsman, as the members of parliament. We have been living through through these problems, or trying to tackle these problems for the last several years, and we do not need to limit our activities to some, superfluous activities, so that we can be accused of just, eating away the money from the national budget or international assistance money. Let me therefore call on all the representatives of the regional administrations present here, the representatives of the cabinet of ministers, that we need to start working seriously. We should switch from the distribution of non-food kits, non-food item kits, to more serious issues. We need to create programs for restoration and construction of new housing. And I am myself a member of parliament from Kherson region. There is Sakopilya there, and the other communities who are the subject of some of these programs. They are about 60 kilometers away from the combat line. For your understanding, about 60% of people have left a lot of these communities that are located along the front line. And so our primary goal is to provide them all with new housing, temporary or permanent, whatever we can do. It's a really pressing issue. It's a very complex issue. Thank you very much for your effort, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Let me invite now a person who is forming the policies of our government in the questions of assistance to those people who suffered from the armed conflict in our country. Ms. Vereshchuk, the floor is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues, dear Mr. Dmitry, dear members of parliament. I'd like to use my presentation or my address to you as a dialogue in the dialogue format. I understand that you have come here from the regions. You might have suggestions, proposals, recommendations, and so I took a pen with me and a note book so that I can put them down. I am fully aware of the fact that there are already some amendments due to the recently adopted resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers, and therefore also the changes are due that would be conducive to the successful implementation of our work. It has already been a lot of complex work done in order to draft that resolution, because there have been intense discussions of the text, and we, by the way, also discussed it with the Office of the Ombudsman. If the issues that it treats were easy, then it would be much simpler for us to adopt that resolution. But finally, the resolution has been enacted, and Mr. Alexei Baradai will make later today the presentation on the roadmap of the implementation of the resolution. We expect to hear from you today some recommendations with regard to the collective centers, but also, as I have already communicated, have spoken on the sidelines of this meeting with the representatives of the leaders of the regional administrations, I would like to make some remarks myself. And at 13 o'clock, we are going to present these suggested amendments to the official promulgation. And let me start by saying that I call on you not to shut down the collective centers that can be determined, but I'm sorry to say I needed to use this new term introduced by this resolution, the places of temporary residence, as they are called in Ukrainian. We are not aware of what this winter is going to be, how cold it's going to be, what would be the problems during that season, and we therefore cannot have any calculations of the number of people that might start moving during that period of time from one collective center to the other. Therefore, I argue that these collective centers that are in medical institutions and educational institutions, they should probably be the first, because according to the Cabinet of Ministers resolution, they should be discontinued. These collective sites, their placement in these institutions should be discontinued. Thank you, Mr. Dmitro, and by the way, let me thank you for your work in the regions. We have seen it for ourselves that your representatives have been working in the regions. They have been very adequately cooperating with the regional administrations. They are the members of the coordination centers at the regional administrations. And your work and our work is not to, counterpose, so to say, some officials against the others and compete. Our goal is to put things in order, at least the primary, so to say, things should be put in order. It all depends on the leadership, and when the leadership is strong, as is in your case, then the work is also being done well. We have also the monitoring mandate, and this is also the requisites of that are also adequacy, tolerance. They need to be displayed so that this level of coordination and cooperation that we have achieved, this level demonstrates that everybody is on a par. So to say, everybody understands these problems, the scope of the problem. We are not foes, we are not competitors, we are allies, we are partners, and we try try to have this joint attitude, jointly formed attitude to all the set of problems of the IDPs. And let me thank you for this systemic approach. Systemic approach is needed. It always produces results. Nobody can object to that. So the question that we need to discuss is the discontinuation of the functioning of the collective centers in educational medical facilities. Also, the effort of the Kiev and Sevastopol regional administrations to the donorship, their effort to involve more donors and the other humanitarian organizations and donor organizations. We need perhaps to put this cooperation, include this cooperation also into the resolution. If donorship and international partners funds are needed, let us include this into our statutory instruments, these provisions. And Mr. Dmitrov has already mentioned the large number of non-governmental organizations who have been very constructive and very helpful in all these efforts. We know that the budget of the government is focused on defense issues and related issues. It's obvious that we do not have enough means to finance the resolution of all the problems of IDPs, but we have an opportunity to draw more resources from our international partners and donors. Let me thank you. Let me use this opportunity to thank our international partners, international donors for their assistance, and we have included it into a lot of our resolutions and other documents that international partners have helped the efforts of the regional administrations to put the collective centers up to the standards, these minimum standards that are set out in the resolution, in that recent resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. We all know how the system works because we are the part of that system. Therefore, let me thank the UNHCR, the other international partners. I know that you have already presented your recommendations to this. Presented your amendments, suggestions to this resolution, so that it can be amended. And we now know that the lists of these collective centers that you consider, that the regional administrations consider that can be continued. We are ready to participate in the lobbying for the funding, so that within the next half a year we have the set of the normally functioning up to standards collective centers. And I would like to conclude my presentation and to hear your questions or suggestions and recommendations, because regrettably I cannot stay with you until the end of the work of this conference. So we are going to include the problem or tackle the problem, and I would like to consult with you on that issue. The applications from the owners of the sites where collective sites and collective centers are located, and also the closure, the issue of the closure of the collective centers where there are at the moment no actually residing there IDPs. If collective centers that are privately owned, they should not be closed even if there are no residents there. If that is your request, then let's think it over and maybe include it too into the resolution. The usage of the assets that may be damaged, that was given for use by the IDPs. My understanding is that that recommendation was put forward by by our international partner. No, it was the R2P NGO. I'm ready to listen to them. That's why we are here, so that we can listen to these suggestions and proposals. If there is a risk of abuse of the managers of collective sites, please inform us how they can be tackled, what needs to be done. Also, the possibility, the option for an IDP to assess the assets, the goods that are going to be transferred for use by that IDP. If you see that the resolution does not deal with that problem specifically, constructively, please, I am ready to receive your suggestions, and we'll be ready to literally tomorrow present these suggestions as the amendments to the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. Thank you.
Можна?
So, if I may, I'd like to have these interactive discussions because people have asked me to have such an opportunity. So, I'd like to thank you for this meeting, for this resolution, and for the opportunity to have such an open discussion. Oleg Borodun, head of Ivano-Frankivska State Military Administration. So, in terms of collective centers located in the hospitals, indeed, there are lots of works being conducted by the international organizations. So we would like to include these facilities into the list of collective centers. And this resolution provides, so to say, the language of balance holder and owner as well. So referring to this term, this is all about different terminology. Then the private ownership thing. We have managers of these collective centers. Those are IDPs who have moved from the eastern part of Ukraine, so they have created those places of temporary accommodation. So please do not exclude them as well. And then religion premises and religion issues are also might be not excluded. So please let us give a kind of reinforcement to these religion sectors. And in terms of this resolution, I don't know the following. Should we submit the list of collective centers that should be in line with the resolution? Thank you. So, in fact, we are talking about this term, 6 months, to align the conditions in our collective centers. So we should submit those collective centers that will 100% will be accommodated for the sake of budgeting, financing. But in terms of those who might be possibly be in line with conditions, this number of collective centers that might accommodate those new arrivals, they should be included, but in a separate tables. We might need all our reserved collective centers. Do we have here with us the Kyiv State Military Administrations? And today I have found out that in Kyiv there are no collective center. In Dnipro as well, there are no collective centers. So all oblasts have in their possession collective centers, but Kyiv doesn't have. So you have accommodate people in collective centers. Why we are arguing about that? Because people are evacuating every day, and we have heard from Kyiv Oblast administration that there are a very limited amount of places, but this is not enough for the number of people that evacuate. So Kiev is one of the places where lots of job opportunities, and we need to fill the gap. And it turns out that in Kiev there are no collective center. So I urge Kiev administration, please correct this shame that Kiev doesn't have any collective center. So please develop kind of policy in terms of this. Even use the remainings of the budget and please fix this problem. How many collective centers are in Lviv region? In Vinnytsia, 130, and 0 in Kiev, and 58 million hryvnias were allocated 2 years ago, and this is impossible. Let's join our efforts with Mr. Dmitry Lubinets and fix this problem. This is our demand. In Kiev, we have more than 500,000 IDPs, and they don't have any collective centers. And we will urge you to fix this problem. In Dnipro, how many collective centers are in Dnipro? So some of them were provided by the register. We need this register just to understand what we have. We are evacuating people. We understand that those shellings are only have the trend to the increase. So we shouldn't find ourselves in the situation on the onset of the war. We need to mobilize our efforts. Unfortunately, I don't see such mobilization this year. We need to join our efforts. We need to work out on every our step. And I think that we need to be united. And one more thing I'd like to talk to you, and honestly, I understand that we don't have time to gather together numerous times. Please draw your attention that our resolution 303 has been changed, and the conditions of allowances have been changed. So people will not be provided allowances as they used before. I mean the rent cash. And let me remind you, so people have their allowances on a monthly basis, and if we find ourselves to be present with us, our international partners support, and we keep hearing these signals that the issue of humanitarian support is not going to prioritize. We should remember that we need some long-term solutions, some employment opportunities, accommodations, and therefore I urge our international partners, please do not stop your humanitarian support programs for this winter. Our international partners should take into account the following. Russia is only increasing these shellings, and our people are not ready to handle all these issues themselves, especially those territories next to the front line. Kherson, Kharkiv, Zaporizhia. We have there lots of IDPs. Even Kharkiv, take Kharkiv. We have there 500,000 of IDPs. Imagine that. The same goes for Zaporizhia, Kherson regions. People are going there, so we need to take into account all of this information. So please, I urge to all our administration heads, please form your budgeting. Please embed into this budget a kind of a reserved amount of money for humanitarian support, because we will need it as well. And I am so realistic in terms of what winter we are going to have. So please support IDPs, because 30% of those interviews among IDPs stated that the support of from the state, these 2,000-3,000 of hryvnia, this is their only income. So we understand what problems we might have next year. So let's do it very consciously and mindfully in terms of this problem related to IDPs and collective centers. Thank you. And I have a hand, and I have to finish. Odeska. Tatiana Dementiva, Director of Family and Social Policy. I have a proposal related to determination of collective centers. So, to have this submission in terms of collective centers, not from behalf of balance holders, but from those landlords. And, for example, some public organizations rent a premise, but as of now, they cannot apply or submit their applications as they have created some additional conditions for living. So please include this information. Do we have Caritas today? Because your proposal is very relevant, because we keep hearing from Caritas that this problem exists, and this rental issue exists, and we need to resolve it. So we will try to solve this problem. Thank you. And we have one more last question, because we are out of our time frame. Thank you for organizing this event, Right to Protection Organization. You have mentioned our proposals. We'd like to urge you to the following, that this agreement approved by the resolution should be returned to the IDPs, and related to that, collective centers should be returned in the normal conditions. But we understand that collective centers can be provided for accommodations in very poor conditions, and the acceptance certificate, transfer acceptance certificates, should notify that these premises have been handled in a normal condition, and with a kind of a note that the factual condition is actually recorded and included into the document. Now, this resolution states as the following, that collective centers should not be closed even if there are no people. So we need to edit this problem. Even if there are no people, this premise can be changed, can be excluded from the list of collective centers. And one more point voiced by our other speakers related to educational centers. So we see that resolution does not exclude educational premises from the list of collective centers if such educational centers are not going to have children or students. So they might be provided for collective centers with some limitations for the institutional premises, and schools are not among of these. Schools are not among these things. So thank you for your proposal. This was so good to have discussed those issues here and now. So schools can be among collective centers, hospitals cannot. So I have then a question. If we're talking about the medical institutions, they might be different, different kind of assistance. That might be sanatoriums, whatever. So in this situation, we have a question. So we have some sanatoriums that are not used, and they are in fact kind of medical institutions. So what should we do with them? The same goes for social institutions. So then I have a question. Those territorial centers for elderly people, can they be collective centers or not? Because resolution does not provide any clear explanation in terms of this. And if we're going to be according to the language of this document, such territorial centers cannot be collective centers. But anyway, we need to work out on these issues. So thank you, Olga Altunina. She is such a driver to all our problems. I can see and notice her her reactions to so many proposals, because while having such a limited amount of time, we have managed to discuss so many issues. So thank you for all your inputs. So let's thank Mrs. Irina Vereshchuk. I like to tell you that lots of questions were directed to you online via our Facebook streaming. However, unfortunately, we will not be able to answer all your questions. Zoom has more than 100 people. The same goes for YouTube, and everyone poses questions. So, Mr. Dnipro, Mrs. Irina, we do hope that after our coffee break, we will be able to answer all your questions. And we have Alexei Borodai, Deputy Minister of the Minister for Integration, and I'd like to support Mrs. Irina's statement that resolution is not a kind of cemented thing that cannot be changed. We are ready to support all your recommendations, proposals that are constructive ones. So we are slightly beyond our time frame limits. My apologies. We need to work faster, and I give the floor a person who supports in all our ideas and has helped to organize this event, Alexander Mut, representative of UNHCR. So the floor is yours.
Good morning. I have to switch to English, but I hope it doesn't kill the spirit of the debate that's already happened today. Let me first just open by extending the apologies of our representative, Karolina Lindholm-Billing, who could not be here today. She had a commitment outside of Kyiv, but she very much wanted to be here today, in part because this is such a crucial issue for UNHCR and our partners. Ensuring that people in collective centers can live in safety and dignity and with adequate protection. Let me also extend our gratitude to the Ombudsman for co-hosting this event with us, and for the Ministry of Reintegration, and particularly to the Vice Prime Minister for their presence today. I think the sort of spirit of the debate that we've already had and the willingness to take questions is really a sign of the depth of commitment and leadership and sort of collective engagement that we'll need to take forward Resolution 930 and really move towards solutions for people who are still in collective sites. I'm speaking on behalf of the cluster, the CCCM cluster, so let me just say a quick word about the work of UNHCR, which we lead the cluster, and the 13 different UN national and international NGO partners who've been working since March of last year to really support and improve the conditions in the collective sites. Also in collaboration with the other humanitarian sectors, particularly shelter and protection. It goes without saying that the residents themselves are at the heart of all these efforts, and the direct engagement with people who are living in collective centers is crucial to their protection and our ability to work towards eventual solutions and help them transition to more sustainable housing. I think we all welcome the adoption of Resolution 930. It's an important milestone in ensuring that IDPs living in collective sites can do so in safety and dignity. I think it will be a huge challenge for all of us to take this forward, but I think it's incredibly encouraging, the nature of the debate and the commitment that we've already seen just in the opening session. We look to the leadership of the government to take this forward, as we do in every respect. But just let me just say a word that I think all of the humanitarian partners, and certainly the CCCM cluster members, are in this with you and stand ready to support as you take this forward. Just a word on sort of the link to eventual consolidation of the sites and solutions. I think what the CCCM cluster will do is to ensure that support for the implementation of Resolution 930, especially the significant investment in site infrastructure, is also closely coordinated with government plans for collective site closure and consolidation. I think we acknowledge that collective sites remain a temporary solution for displaced people, and while supporting improvements to living standards in collective sites, we should continue to engage directly with residents on potential solutions that they see as the most viable for them. Their participation, again, will be key to the success of taking this forward. Let me just close by noting again how ambitious the resolution is, and I think we can all expect a lot of challenges in taking this forward. But I think just to say that this is a unique opportunity for all of us to sort of engage together in a constructive discussion on ways that we can support safe and dignified conditions for all of the people still living in these sites. So just a final word on behalf of UNHCR and the cluster, thank you all for being here today. And I look forward to the discussions, which I hope will continue in the same spirited and really informed manner as we've already seen in the impromptu discussion with the minister. So thank you.
Thank you. We have concluded the introductory, so to say, part of our session, and but we now will proceed with the working part of it. And our next very interesting speaker will be presented by Miranda Ganders, who is the representative, the leader of the CCCM cluster. Ms. Miranda.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Miranda Ganders. I'm the senior coordinator for the CCCM cluster here in Ukraine, and I would like to thank all of you very much for joining us today. I have the pleasure of introducing this next session, which will be presented by our colleagues from REACH. So REACH works alongside CCCM and the broader humanitarian community. They lead us in conducting monitoring in collective sites across the country. And this is an incredible challenge, as we do have more than 2,500 sites. The work of REACH plays a critical function. It leads humanitarian monitoring, but it also informs our planning and our prioritization as a humanitarian community. So, REACH helps us to understand the needs in collective sites and to bring attention to the challenges faced by the most vulnerable people. We're grateful for this partnership and look forward to what Anastasia has to present to us today.
Доброго дня усім. Можна, будь ласка.
Thank you very much. May I see my presentation on the screen? Thank you. As Ms. Miranda said, I represent the REACH initiative. We gather data, we analyze data so that we prepare the products, information products, so that humanitarian actors stay informed. But at this stage, we also contacted the broader number of stakeholders, and today I would like to present the results of our monitoring of the collective centers. We have been conducting this monitoring from October of last year. My clicker doesn't work for some reason. The rounds of monitoring are conducted every 2 months, and more than 1,000 collective sites have already been subject to monitoring. As I mentioned, we started our activities last year when there was an outbreak, so to say, the peak of the internal displacement, and neither the relatives of the people who were relocated were incapable to, nor friends nor any other entities could host that large number of people who became displaced. And therefore, we started this humanitarian monitoring. And as I have already said, this year, together with the CCM cluster, we conduct this monitoring every 2 months. You can see the logos of various organizations that are our partners, together with whom we do this monitoring. And these are also the organizations that support collective sites, that help them with food assistance, who make repairs or some protection services. These organizations have also been helping us with monitoring. In the 9th round that I'm going to present to you today, we gathered our data during July of this year, and 1,063 collective centers were surveyed, and 93% of these collective centers were hosting IDPs. 3% were not hosting, but were ready to host the collective centers. And as you can see in the slide, more than almost 57,000 people were living in these collective sites. According to the master list, of which you are aware, we were trying to gather information from all the collective centers, and we, as I have already said, were assessing the needs of collective sites in the course of this monitoring. Speaking about the profiles of these collective sites, we can see that 37% are the collective centers that are managed by local authorities. It's not the overwhelming part, but 30% of the collective centers are located in educational institutions. It often happens that the manager of a collective site is also a manager or a headmaster of an educational institution, usually colleges. So relatively large number of collective sites are managed by volunteers, private persons, and 6% are managed by non-governmental organizations, including religious organizations. Around 47% are in the municipal ownership, 17% are privately owned, and 36% are owned by the government. We know that the collective centers that are located in the privately owned buildings, there could, or from time to time, the conflicts arise between the collective sites and the owners of the premises. Speaking about the premises themselves, 80 as you can see, more than almost 45% of the collective centers are located in the dormitories and other premises of educational establishments. The collective centers that had existed before the outbreak of hostilities last year, they were already hosting some IDPs, and there were a number of collective centers that were ready, that were prepared for hosting additional numbers of IDPs. We oftentimes hear that some premises where IDPs are housed, or the local residents whose housing was destroyed, they have to stay inside these collective sites. They do not have any other options. And so conflicts of interest arise in case of educational institutions, because they want to go on with the education, with their academic functions. The same situation is with another 10%, around 10% of collective sites that are located even in kindergartens. So as you can see in the slides, these are the facilities where collective sites are located. One of the important points is, and it was already mentioned today, is that as of now, after a year and a half after the outbreak of the armed conflict, The vulnerable categories of population are housed in a lot of these premises. And so the issue of evacuation from the regions where active combat actions take place, these are not newly relocated people. We speak about the more or less stable residents, long-time residents of the majority of the collective centers. Speaking about the minimal management requests, as you can see, 5% of the collective sites who were surveyed, they stated that they didn't have managers at all. There were no persons who assumed the functions of the managers. Usually in the collective centers, the managers are either the local residents, or at least they reside there themselves in these collective centers. And this is the subject of a discussion whether a person that resides in a collective site can be a manager. 95% mentioned the mechanism of registration as an issue. And we asked them whether they were gathering consents to the processing of individual information, personal information, and only 24% mentioned that they were given that consent by IDPs. Some other percentages, 85%, they stated that they had the rules for stay in the collective site, and 54% mentioned that each IDP has an agreement for staying in a collective center. So certainly it is a problem. These are the problems now, especially this problem of the managers, because nobody was trained for this function, and we asked also whether the managers were trained in any way for this function. Only 42% stated that they had some trainings for that function. 2% also mentioned that they were going to shut down their collective centers. And that was mostly caused by the reinstatement of the function of that institution in the premises of which the collective center was located. The demographic parameters or characteristics of the residents of collective sites.
25% це діти.
55% are able-bodied people who are employable. 20% are 65 plus years of age, and 25% of the collective sites residents are children. It's not a small figure. Speaking about the vulnerabilities, 35% of households stated that they had one or even more people with disabilities. These are not always officially registered disabled people, but still they usually are the people who have some limitations in terms of mobility and otherwise. Speaking about protection needs, 42% mentioned the lack of any mechanisms of gender-based violence, the prevention of gender-based violence, or even informing the mechanism for informing about these cases. So in a lot of collective sites, there are no gender separation of the premises, of the spaces inside those collective centers. So that causes this problem, and the lack of this mechanism of reporting these cases of gender-based violence remains a problem. Speaking about eviction of the residents of collective centers, 8% of IDPs They mentioned that they had been evicting some IDPs from these collective centers before the survey was taken. The reason being the violations of the rules of stay in these collective centers. Speaking about services, public and educational and otherwise. The majority mentioned the distance problem too, because the administrative services centers, schools, and the other facilities they were distant, located at a distance from these collective centers, and also the administrative obstacles were mentioned. For the reception of services, various social services. Speaking about educational needs, we were researching or investigating the options for at least online education. Again, among the barriers, the privacy issues were mentioned, and it constitutes a large proportion of these problems. The managers of collective centers, they stated the lack of, many of them stated the lack of rooms for educational process, adapted for educational process. Children have to stay in the same rooms inside the collective centers where there are the adults who would might be willing to watch TV or something. So these were the obstacles, the barriers to education that we have identified. Speaking about conditions, living conditions in collective centers, as we call it, the collective center by definition, in some of these collective centers there are some private spaces. If we speak about private spaces, we can say that in that 68% of collective centers had spaces where used by families, separate families. That is, each family had its own room. 50% of collective centers stated that the conditions there were so that two families at least had to stay within the same room, and 6% had the premises where all the people stayed within the same space, within the same room. 36% of collective centers mentioned mentioned the lack of any infrastructure for the disabled people. Living conditions, another aspect, we have already mentioned the lack of gender separation in bathrooms, toilet rooms, and so on. But also, in many cases, even the banal lack of doors in bathrooms or even toilet rooms was mentioned. The molder on the walls was a big problem in a number of collective centers. The drying machines, 95% of collective centers didn't have enough of the drying machines. Utility services. We know that by the Cabinet Minister's resolution and by law, the collective centers should not charge any payments for from the IDPs for their stay in these IDPs. But 26% of collective centers still were charging the IDPs residing there for utility services. 86% of the managers of collective centers said that they were aware of the Cabinet Minister's resolution that prohibited the charges for utility services. Speaking about winterization, the electricity supply, heating, 35% of collective centers, mostly in eastern areas, mentioned that they didn't have any alternative electricity supply devices. And speaking about the expected problems for the winter season, heating season, it's the shortages in funding, the shortages in fuels, and also the lack of alternative sources of power supply. This is all. Thank you for your attention. I would conclude by saying that we continue our monitoring work, and this month we are going to conduct the next round, 10th and then 11th rounds of monitoring, and the information products that we can present, you can see here. This is the QR code that you can use to access our dashboard, interactive dashboard. It's publicly accessible or by request from through the CCCM cluster. And we also like to use this opportunity to thank the CCCM cluster for their cooperation, and we are glad to work on making our survey corresponding to the Cabinet of Ministers Resolution number 930 that was recently enacted. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Let's give our speaker a round of applause because huge work has been done, and that's why I am grateful to CCCM cluster and REACH organization for such a research. So we are a little bit beyond our time framing, so please tell me what should we do, to have a coffee break or continue our conference. So, okay, I'm going then to tell the Ombudsman office situation. So, everyone has told today about the situation. We have a dire situation in our collector centers. Some 120,000 IDPs are living and accommodated there. So we have almost 600 people watching us via live streaming, and we can see that almost everyone are remained in this hall. So let us take a glimpse into the following. Imagine that all of a sudden you find yourself in a situation where you don't have anything, without any income, without your relatives. You have no place to flee. Yes, you have indeed lots of friends throughout Ukraine. You can move somewhere, but imagine if you don't have friends. Imagine you are an elderly person or you are a mother with children. Where should you go? Probably she goes or he goes somewhere where train goes, where administration actually can accommodate this person. And imagine this person arrives in these places. This is the first scene they can find themselves. This is where they are accommodated. But just yesterday they were kind of teachers or doctors or an experts in a city council or village council. Do they deserve such conditions? Please draw your attention to this picture. I don't know how you can see this photo, how clear it is, but this is picture taken from the collective centers where citizens, residents told the administration that they have a lack of bathrooms. So how they resolve this issue? They just hang these actually fabric thing, and this is how they resolve this issue. But imagine those people who have been living in normal conditions and have an occupation and children, families now should live here. So this is how these managers of these collective centers resolve this problem. They actually, by doing so, have shown how they resolve this problem. So I am not going to show you all the pictures because lots of collective centers simply do not have heating systems inside and are not ready for winter season. Imagine a person that is going through these halls, corridors. Imagine the emotional stance. Imagine whether this person can understand how he or she can live further. Okay, we have agreed do not criticize today, but I'm going to criticize Odessa region. And after our monitoring visits, they responded the following. They responded to our arguments that they simply do not have such collective centers. So there might be kind of a solution, a tricky one, resolving these problems. But this is not about these corridors or bed or furniture. This is about every specific person. So that's why we have done lots of monitoring visits. Thank you. UNHCR support. We have numerous coordinators that have helped us to have these monitoring visits. You can see on this map the number of such monitoring visits and the number of recommendations being provided to the heads of these administrations. So these are main recommendations provided to heads of administration. So these recommendations are related to the number of conditions. So this all about medical assistance, medical care provided to IDPs and ensuring this assistance. Also, we recommended to provide inclusive access to people with disabilities. We recommended to provide space, friendly space for children and just to let these children continue their education via online education. Also, this recommendation include the conductive repairs, and I can set an example. I was in Zakarpattia and I visited a collector center, and a girl showed me actually a place for sleep. So it was a furniture put upside down and presented as a bed place. So actually she managed to evacuate herself, but she now sleeps in actually in a cupboard. So we understand that it's impossible to provide very quickly the inclusive access, but we need to tend to this. So in terms of the situation of our related to our recommendations, so you can see the number of those that is 880 that are being implemented, and some other numbers related to those awaiting for implementation or other ones. So who is the leader in terms of implementing of these recommendations? We have Rivnenska, Volynska, Ternopilska regions, and the worst among these lists are Chernigivska, Chernihievska, Sumska, and Dnipropetrovska Oblast as well. So my opinion related to Dnipro region is kind of different from an opinion provided to our other speakers. In Dnipro, we have the majority of our IDPs accommodated there. In western part of Ukraine, we have some up to 70 people accommodated in the collective centers. But in Dnipro, we have this number unfolded many times. So also we keep controlling those recommendations, and our ombudsman is in charge and of this implementation after the issue of returning our people from the hostage. And also we held a conference in May, and on the 1st of September, our government has adopted the resolution 930. I'm so happy that you have joined for discussion. I'm grateful that you propose various amendments. We have lots of remarks, so we are going to add amendments to it in terms of minimal standards. And I'm going to quickly come back to the resolution. So I'm so grateful that our international and national organizations have joined to work on this resolution. UNHCR, Crime Source, IOM, the Group of Influence, Protection Cluster, CCCM cluster. So all these organizations were very actively engaged in this development of this resolution. So I'm so grateful to Mrs. Oksana. I remember how hard work was done. I'm grateful for the Minister of Reintegration for their support and being in line with us. So these minimum standards are not simply rules. This is our commitment in front of all residents who are accommodated in those collective centers. So the temperature should be within 18 up to 25 degrees. Of course, we are going into the heating season, and of course this is very obvious thing that the winter will be very hard. The next minimum standards, some separate rooms should be provided with not more than 4 people accommodated in one room. And if you have scrutinized this resolution, you might understand that a bad place, this is not about simply a place for sleeping. This is kind of accommodated furniture, a cupboard related to this bed, and people who are accommodated in this room that might not, they should not be strangers to each other. So the next standard goes for the number of square meters per person. This is 6 square meters. Also, we have some sanitation requirements and wash facilities, because this is one of the biggest problem, and we need some locking system for these rooms. As many monitoring visitors we had, the more unlocked such premises we witnessed. Also, we need some premises, a free space for their leisure time. Children should have such rooms to have their leisure time, their free time. And unfortunately, as I visited some modular houses, I'm not satisfied with their time frames for their usage. And I can say that this is 2 years for the exploitation at most. And I saw even 9 years modular house that is in their conditions, that requires repair works. But I'd like to say that those installed last year, they are fully in line with the minimum standards we have communicated to you, because these modular houses have wash facilities, leisure spaces, drying rooms, or rooms for drying things. So I wish no one to live in these modular houses anyway. Also, a critic point is the premises where people live. So here we are dealing with proper lighting, ventilation, and at least one shower or bathroom should be provided for at least 12 persons. So please do not let 3 persons have shower at one time. So we do have some established premises where it is not impossible to add additional bathrooms, shower rooms, but we have these premises in line with minimum standards. So, having such a situation, we need to discuss whether it is relevant to remain and to stay in these collective centers. So, uh, we can install some additional premises outside the main premises, but not for more than 50 people. Also, some shelters should be included with some space to the place, the main place where people live, and this distance should not be more than 50 meters. And as our speaker, a representative of REACH organization, has told us, this is a problem of Mulder. This is not because of climate. This is because so many people are accommodated in one place. They dry, they wash their belongings. So that's why Mulder appears. So that's why some drying machines should be because these drying machines will decrease the level of moldering in our rooms. And even more, our international partners are ready to review and consider these needs for further support. So shelters should be provided anyway, and we are going to discuss every collective centers with this regard separately. And the conference materials folder has a kind of note that consists of an agreement, a checklist in terms of how monitoring visits should be conducted, and kind of minimal standards for the collective centers, and some rules for those who reside in those collective centers. I understand that this folder was provided only to those people who are present here today, but we need to disseminate these materials. We wait for your information related to the number of this number of documents, these folders to be published and distributed to all the managers of collective centers. And to end, I'd like to tell you that approval of the minimum standards is the very first step, and I'm not going to stop on these minimum standards because we understand that this is a temporary solution. Of course, we might talk about new buildings because we understand that as long the war continues, we will need to support these people who live there, because of course it will take quite a significant amount of time even after the war to let these people, to provide opportunities these people to come back to their places of origins. We're talking about the mining and destructions, damages, and this problem will last a lot of years. So 6 months was provided to understand what collective centers should be included to the register and should be excluded. And we need to actually align these collective centers with the minimum standards requirements. So I urge our international partners to orient yourself to those register of collective centers in your support. And once again, I'm referring to the Zakarpatska region. We had a premise where up to 100 people were accommodated. Humanitarian partners came and provide furniture and equipment and some rental possibilities. But then an owner has changed, and then he told all these residents, so these collective centers should be closed. And imagine those people, they accommodated, they actually found job opportunities, and imagine they were told that they should be evicted. So we need to work on those issues. We have lots of work being ahead. We are ready to implement this task, and now I'm ready to answer all your questions. Or we can do the following. We are heading to the coffee break. We will discuss all the questions, and then we will hear from the deputy of the Ministry of Reintegration, and then we will come back, and then we will have our Q&A session. So let's have a coffee break, and let's discuss all the issues even during coffee break. I will be happy if you will take pictures and if you will feel comfortable today. So we have some 600 people joined to us online. We have a short coffee break. Stay with us and keep watching us.
Я скажу. Пані Наталя зачиняє двері. Так, ми розпочинаємо другу частину нашої конференції. Ще раз рада вітати тих, хто до нас долучається онлайн. Ще раз нагадую, у нас на сторінці Facebook йде трансляція, на Ютубі також йде, на Ютубі Офісу Омбудсмана йде трансляція. В Зумі також, хто підключений, ви можете ставити питання. На всі питання, ми вже бачили питання, які були раніше, ми всі їх зафіксували і спробуємо на всі ваші питання дати відповідь. Тому
Let us now get to the most important part of our today's session. It's about the order of implementation.
міністра.
It's about the order of the implementation of the Cabinet of Ministers resolution. Let us now welcome our speaker, Mr. Borodai. Good afternoon, colleagues. I thank the Ombudsman's Office for everything, and I'm not going to repeat what already was said by the previous speakers, but you are everywhere, so to say, and thank you for that, for your active participation in this effort. Since the beginning of this full-scale war that started on February the 24th, you remember the immediate aftermath of that day when lots of people started moving from the areas affected by combat action. Mykolaiv, Poltava, Dnipropetrovsk, and the other regions who were accommodating people as the points of transit. They were temporarily housing these people in the barns, in sports halls, in schools, and so on. Then there was the turn of the central and western regions, Khmelnytsky, from Odessa, from Nikolaev, people were moving to Odessa. Lviv and Transcarpathian regions, they became big hubs, Chernivtsi Oblast. In some areas, it was possible to accommodate people right away in some sort of dormitories, in hospitals, in schools, the sports halls, the gyms of the schools, various sanatoria, wherever it was possible to house people, to provide them with the roof, so to say, over their heads. That was the first stage, and then, thanks to the armed forces of Ukraine, the enemy was stopped, and after that we started thinking of how to make life at least a bit more comfortable for all those people affected by the hostilities. And that was the work of the local administrations was needed. Then some of the territories were retaken by the armed forces of Ukraine, and the gentleman says people needed to leave and find shelter. when people started to return, and there was a lot of people in Kiev Oblast. There are IDPs from Sumy, or in Sumy, perhaps he means. Frankivsk, they also host families, even with small children, and everybody's working. And as Miss Olga said, we need to start working in a different manner. We should understand that people cannot live in these conditions in which they are now, especially if their houses were destroyed and they have no other place to return to. We are responsible, rather, for this work, and our goal is so that we need to provide a more comfortable way of life for the people. And it's our task to create these conditions, more comfortable conditions. The work that we have been doing has been very complicated in terms of the adoption of this resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. It was very complicated work. We were drafting the text and then editing it, and after communication with the public and with the Ombudsman, then it was moved, so to say, this process of the enactment of the resolution. We can only see here now the right to protection, but where are the other participants of that work, the drafting work? We are now approaching the point where or when you can see the gaps or some ambiguities in the provisions of that resolution. And Ms. Irina and Mr. Dmitro have already said that we need to think over again all the recommendations. Therefore, we will create a separate chat so that all the proposals, all the suggestions can be channeled to us. We have received a number of proposals, in fact, from the Lviv administration. We have already had discussions with Vinnytsia, Mykolaiv, Poltava regional administrations. I am certain that you will directly from the field provide what is practicable, says the general, or he wanted to say that at least. We are going to, how can I say that, we will gather it all and then we will cooperate with our partners, with the Office of the Ombudsman, with international partners, with the UNHCR, with all those who cooperate with us now. Speaking about the resolution, you all understand what you need to do and how to do it. Just a few points. Item 3 of the resolution says that our office performs general coordination with the regional administrations in the implementation of the resolution. The roadmap was created, but I don't think it is sufficient. We are going to issue some additional explanations to each item of each paragraph of this resolution. We are going to do that together with the UNHCR. The resolution states first that within a month and it ends tomorrow on October the 5th. The regional administrations completes the assessment of the numbers of beds and places for the IDPs.
Або балансоутримувачі, місцем зі чого проживають.
The owners of these sites, in their turn, are obligated. They are obligated, let me emphasize that. They need to apply for registration of every collective center. It should be registered by a regional administration. And therefore, we need to be, the gentleman used some metaphors, but he intended to say that we need to be more insistent. And please continue your persistent attempts to finalize this work. So by the 5th of every month, we need to complete our monitoring so that we can react quickly to all the changes in the situation, especially if there are any abuses. And so after the application from the management or the owner of the collective site, then the list of the collective centers that were presented, the list which was presented, is to be approved by the regional administration, after which the Ministry of Registration within the next 3 months approves of the countrywide list of collective centers. That is, all the regional lists should be integrated into one countrywide list. And the ending of this work, the completion of the work, is that within 6 months, all the collective centers should be brought up to the standards set out in the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. I can say that we have even, we were going somewhat ahead in our work. We took the collective centers on which there were valid data, all the calculations. We have already gathered all this data and forwarded it to OCHA so that next year, or maybe even this year, some repair works can be done in order to bring the premises of these collective centers to the standards set in the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers. I also insistently invite you to work with the owners, with the entities that let these premises, so that they put their all their collective centers into this list, or register, we can say, we can call it so. Without that, people cannot and will not leave those, the IDPs that is, will not leave those collective centers. So it's not going to be like the owner just doesn't want to have in his premises the collective center and he evicts everybody. So this is this complete list, this complete assessment is a mandatory request from our international donors. If the owner says and states that it is impossible to bring the premises up to the standards, that the premises will be closed and the collective center indeed will be shut down. In that, only in that case. And if we do not add some collective centers to this list, if these collective centers are not included in the list as not being adequate and not complying with the parameters of the Cabinet of Ministers resolution, then these collective centers will be integrated. I understand that within if the examples, for instance, within the 500 meters distance, there is no bomb shelter as it is set by the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers, or it's a building of a school that needs to continue working as school. That means that the standards cannot be met, and as Ms. Olga said, we should work on these on such situations on a case-by-case basis. For instance, mobile bomb shelters can be established. We have a government agency that can help, and we hope that they would not refuse if we make such a request in any specific region. But for every such situation, we need hands and brains applied, and willing and will. If there is no will, then we will see again these bathrooms where a bathtub is separated in two parts with the drape as instead of the door, or similar situations. I'm ready to answer any questions. There is a lot of questions. We do not know how to resolve them, but together I hope that within October, or by the end of October, we will prepare necessary amendments to the Cabinet of Ministers resolution so that they can be implemented.
Дуже
Thank you for your statement and for your report. So we have online questions, and we have Zoom questions. So let's do the following way: 2 questions from our offline settings, and 2 questions from Zoom. So please stand up if you want to ask the question, and then let's proceed with these procedures. Galina Borodun, Lviv State Military Administrations, so elderly people and people with disabilities. So my question would be related to these categories. So what is the question? We need to define the category, and we need to define those categories and to introduce those amendments into the resolutions. Why? Because these 2 categories of people will not be able to live in those collective centers. And to make this all possible, we need to provide motivation, to provide accompanying for these people, and this motivation should be given to the management. I agree, we need to work on this issue. Who will be the next? So silence in our room, because they have used the coffee break. So good afternoon, Burinska Military Administration, Larisa Sadova, and in our community we don't have any community centers because our IDPs are accommodated in private sectors, etc. So how can we provide some collective centers opportunities for them during the winter period? This is Sumskar region, and indeed there are some hromadas or even the whole oblasts where people are accommodated in private sectors. So these are the region in Zhytomyr, in Vinnytsia. So people are being accommodated in those hromadas, have employment there. So in terms of your second part of the question, as of now, we have an agreement with the shelter cluster. This cluster provides areas located next to the front line with some wooden opportunities for vulnerable groups of people, including IDP. So all the lists with those needs have been provided. This shelter cluster works with those gramadas. They actually collect all the needs and then they submit the list of needs. So in terms of these 8 regions located and the area next to the front line or in the area where some hostilities might take place, these territories, they have those lists. And let me review those data, but probably it would be better to address this question to Lena Boyko because she has in her possession all this data. So everyone who's interested in those things related to wood provision, so please contact with the respective civil military administrations and have your answers. One more time, a shelter cluster has covered lots of issues voiced by a rich organization, and this shelter cluster allocated some $155 million for covering such issues as isolation, additional generators, wood or coal, or cash for payment of gas utilities and natural gas utilities and other support. So please contact this shelter cluster and they will provide you all the needed information. Or I can provide you winterization plan a little bit later, and you will have a general joint table to have in your possession. So let's turn to other question. Pokrovska community located next to the front line, also bordering Donetsk and Zaporizhia region. Lots of children are allocated in the educational facilities. So they are in online education, and some questions related to education are possible. So how can this question can be resolved here? So we have talked about this topic today a lot. Everyone agrees that some amendments needed and to be correctly done. So those educational institutions that are no longer such institutions, I mean in education, they should be included into collective centers. And the next question, are there any possibilities to provide clear instructions for our further actions? And let me respond to your question. We need some 3-4 months to provide you with all these guidances, and the resolution has all your answers itself. But we will work on all these questions with the clusters, and we will provide you the detailed guidances related to monitoring, contributions, and all other related things. And some similar questions. So, can cultural house in a rural area be a collective centers? Once again, this is not residential premises, so it cannot be used as the collective center. But if your community decides to shift this premise from non-residential into residential, then this premise can be used for accommodation of people. But once again, if we do so, we need to actually establish the sort of social housing. So can we, are there any possibilities to have a situation when owners of these collective centers to have the willingness to actually to improve the conditions, and they simply might not have this willingness to improve the conditions just to force those people to be exempt from these collective centers. And indeed, we have such problem because there are private owners who really want to return their collective centers, their premise into their own ownership, but we will fight with this problem. So there might be a situation when collective centers are in line with normal minimum standards, uh, well financed, but in some time frame, these collective centers are closed by those owners. So how to prevent such situations? And indeed, we need to work on those problems and to have sort of preventive mechanisms. I mean the following problem. We actually have, for example, a collective center with proper financing, and then after some improvement in financing, this collective center will be exempt or excluded from the lists of collective centers. And we should have kind of preventive mechanisms for this. And this is a thing that we have discussed during our coffee break with Mr. Alexei. So we need these preventive mechanisms as well as motivation. So we need to specify sort of conditions in the agreement as the following, that along with the war, after the war, for 1 year, this collective center will be used as such a premises. So this might be such a preventive mechanism. So once you are included into this register, you might have this financial support. Good afternoon, everyone. We need some guarantee lists, and in terms of those agreements, they might have terms and some conditions, provisions. So those balance holder or owner who have spent money, this person, in case of closure of collective center, might return the money to the government. The same question, if we have those amendments related to those preventive mechanisms or measures embedded into the resolution, as of those repairs being conducted into those collective centers, and after this repair works done, should provide opportunities for accommodation for IDPs on the term of 6 months or more. So I agree with all your proposals. This is our commitment, and this is our problem. If any collective center is repaired, refurnished, financed, and then closed. So we should be interested in some proper functioning, and so to have more repair works being done in those collective centers. And then we have these DIA programs on some recovery of the damaged properties or destroyed ones. and some other things going. People also might buy a new housing and then they leave these actually collective centers. Some other things might happen, namely liberation of occupied territories might happen and people will return anyway. We also might have some exchange housing solutions. But before, we need to rebuild those collector centers and anyway, beyond all the doubts, people even under the best conditions, will not have opportunities or places to return. So, talking about all your changes or amendments to be included into the resolution, it includes some duties related to possible closure of collective centers. So, our responsibility will be to provide some preventive mechanisms. So once an owner refuses to repair collector center, there might be some conditions being applied once this happens. So we have seen a PPT or presentation presented by our organizations where some compensations or reimbursement measures were mentioned. So even if there is no financing or reimbursement, we might face with the closure anyway. By compensation or reimbursement, I mean some payments for utilities that should be taken from people, from those residents who live there.
Провал
Let me give some explanations about compensations. It was a failure by the Ministry of Regional Policies. You are now receiving funds for January, for the period from January to May. So the funds for restoration started to be disbursed, and we are now planning for the disbursement of the funds up to June. But that was a problem. The compensation funds were a problem. Well, the government is now disbursing funds, and we need now to close all the arrears that we have. Two more questions, as I can see, says the lady. Please give the microphone to the colleague. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The resolution says that the people are not included who have housing, their own housing. My question is, who is going to make this monitoring? Who can identify whether people have housing or not? Because the resolution says that if a person has housing, that person cannot be housed in a collective center. Should the manager or the owner of the collective center do that, or should the local authorities do this verification? So I wanted to discuss that aspect too. Well, my understanding is that according to this new resolution, a person the person cannot be can be given a status, but cannot get compensation. So the access to information will be needed. It's a good question. It's a good question. We will work on that. Unexpected question. Mine is not a question, it's just the call for action, so to say. We need to think of some awareness raising or information campaigns so that the local authorities and the IDPs residing in collective centers are positive, or are intended at least to be positive, because it's perceived by many the opposite way. We need to explain that this resolution does not create or is not intended to create problems, but to find solutions. And another aspect that I think is very important, we need to think over the strategy of this integration of collective centers. What are we going to, how are we going to turn the collective centers that meet the standards into the long-term use housing? And I see your question was answered, I believe. Well, to continue the long-term solutions and social housing, it seems to me that this resolution is very important, because it will enable us to bring the living conditions in the collective sites to the minimal standards. But speaking about the long-term prospects for the IDPs residing in these collective centers, we need to take into account that there are a lot of people of very vulnerable categories, and if they are left there for long time, they live there for a long time, it will be very difficult for them. So when we speak about the existing programs, we think that they might take some loans, get some loans, and and move to some new housing. I am not sure that it can be done, and at least we need to have some, I don't know, schedule of relocating of these IDPs from the collective centers. We need at least a strategy for the next 5 years, perhaps. I agree with you entirely, but there is a war going on, and what would be the developments we do not yet know. You are completely right in what in your statement, but we do not have a clear vision for the future because of the war, and we need a strategy for some long-term period, for some long period of time. We all understand that assistance is needed here, but as of today, within this framework of decentralization, the main funds are with the communities, with local communities. The funds of the national budget are used for the armed forces and for social issues. Therefore, it is quite difficult to work out some long-term plans now, but I'm sure that at least by April of 2024, the enemy will be chased away, as Mr. Budanov reassured us more than once. Let us hope that Mr. Budanov will be right. If I may make a remark, ladies and gentlemen, we need to take into account the differences between various regions. And if we speak about long-term plans in Transcarpathian region, they can be probably somehow drafted. We are in the rear, so to say, and we have already a number of arrangements with international donors for the construction of social housing for 75 flats where 220 people will be housed. And nowadays, in these days, we have one of the projects for 12 flats completed. In my view, this is one of the ways out of how to provide decent living conditions to IDPs. Well, I must say that all other regions have these plans. Nikolaev, Zaporizhia, the other regions, but funds are needed. There is housing that can be, where the repairs can be made and that can be adapted for this, but we need funds, we need money for that, and some of the buildings can be renovated if we understand that these buildings will not be returned to their previous functions. All these plans existed yet in 2015 and 2016, but they were never materialized. And now we have the situation that we have. But we need to try and move forward. However difficult this movement can be, we should continue. I'm Zhitkovska Ludmila. I'm a deputy head of the regional SUMA, I think she said, regional administration. We certainly need plans for next 3 to 5 years, but the most important thing is that we try to react to all changes, all changing conditions when we discussed or mentioned earlier today the prefab buildings, the modular houses, as we call them. But when we were selecting the beneficiaries in one of the communities, for instance, we only selected those who were employed or were going to employed. And in these modular houses, there are the policemen housed and some other specialists. It's much better when they have their own houses. And so when we select these beneficiaries, we need to take that into account. We have a large number of people in collective sites, and there are many men there who do not work, and it's our fault when we create these conditions of helplessness, essentially. We need to change these conditions, improve them so that they can get employed. Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Diktereva Alexandra. I represent the UNHCR. I have a question on the resolution 930 in this part that makes reference to resolution 261 with regard to compensations. So the owner of the collective center is entitled to have this compensation either from the state, according to resolution 261, or charge the IDPs. As far as I know, in this new resolution 930, there are no changes with regard to that provision. My question is whether the Ministry of Reintegration has some plans to amend this resolution or somehow change the situation when the IDPs are charged for utility services or for rent. Well, we have some more questions that we received online. Now let us use the Zoom platform and turn the floor over to Ms. Galina Panko, so that we can hear her question that is perhaps over the same from the same area. Can we hear her, the participant? Ms. Galina, if you can hear us, please ask your question now.
Ні. Добре, тоді, якщо можна, я прочитаю. Да? Вона хотіла...
Well, she wanted to ask her question. Personally, I am the manager in the Shargarad community. We have been working since November the 25th of last year. We housed more than 500 people. We were requesting compensation for utility services, but we have received nothing yet. And we ask you to help us with that issue. Well, that's a persistent problem. I know that the representation was made at the Cabinet of Ministers with the request to pay these compensations. There was a problem with Shargarad community because that community, Shargarad community, territorial community, only filed only filed the collective center that in reality was run by a charitable organization. So the amendment was done to the register, and the Ministry of Reintegration has already received this request for compensation for that collective center. Yes, yes, I remember now. Ms. Galina, I hope we answered your question. Ms. Galina visited me personally, and while she was traveling, the local council has done what it needed to do. The Ombudsman's office has already addressed to us this request of, how can I say, harmonization of 261, Resolution 261 and Resolution 930. And we involved Mr. Harbaladze from the UNHCR, and we hope that this will be done. I represent the Zaporizhia Regional Administration, Department of Social Protection. We also ask for the amendment of the Resolution 930 so that the regions like Zaporizhia region, we are not capable, we do not have means to bring the collective centers to these minimal standards, because we understand that our primary goal is to house a person, and if we need to have 6 square meters norm per person, we understand that we will not be able to do that. And a question to Ms. Olga. When we speak about dignified conditions for people, for their rights, when we house people who were released, for instance, from prisons, and they are housed in a collective center, and we call the police, there are conflicts, and after police leaves, they return. What should we do, what shall we do with with that category of people? What can be done, and where can they be housed? Because not all the owners would like to house them. Well, they are the citizens of Ukraine, they have the same rights and obligations. I know this problem. I visited a collective center where children were playing in a corridor where there were stains of blood because some adults were drinking some alcohol, and they had a conflict. There was a skirmish. And we all know that in the collective centers there are some rules for stay in a collective center. If there are 2 violations on the part of that person can be evicted. Because of such people, the other residents of the collective center should not be endangered, should not be jeopardized. Certainly, we should take the side of the majority of the IDPs residing in a collective center, especially when there are children there. So we will certainly try to take the side of the people who did not violate the rules, not the violators of the collective centers. We know, says the gentleman, that there are even in regular houses, the usual houses, not collective centers, the people who might be, harassing the other people. And what are we going to do to establish a ghetto? We certainly are not going to establish any ghettos, says Ms. Olga. Certainly, if the Ombudsman's recommendations and rules are abided by, then there will be no such problems. I have a question that Alexandra mentioned, the possibility to amend Resolution 261, when compensation, according to which compensations can be given only to the collective centers for the services there, to cover the costs of the services there. So I call on you to promote the amendments to the resolution number 261, because otherwise, if it's not done, the rights of those owners of collective centers will not be compensated, despite they are entitled according to the resolution of 930. So, if according to the resolution 930, a collective center is not given a status, is not registered as the collective center, for instance, if they are located in hospitals and kindergartens and they are not supposed to be located there, according to this new resolution, they will not get any compensation, even for the services that have already been rendered. If, according to this resolution, only the collective centers will continue to be entitled to this compensation, then the rights of the other places where the IDPs are housed will not be compensated. Well, we understand your request. We hope that we will be fair, and we need to first of all comply with the demands of the resolution to vacate the medical and educational establishments. And then certainly we will turn to this question of compensation to the owners. We are all in favor of this. We are making calculations on how to cover these costs, and the only goal here is that a person has comfortable living conditions, and the person or entity that housed that IDP get compensated. A technical question. What is the initial date that is used as a starting point for the implementation of the resolution? From the day of its going into force, of the resolutions going into force. Another question. The owner of the collective center is a medical institution, and according to the resolution, medical institutions should be discontinued for the collective center's use. What should be done? The IDPs are to be evicted there. What should be done here? Is it Vinnytsia region too? Well, we should distinguish between the premises and the institution, because in some territorial communities there are medical institutions, some parts of the premises of which are not used at all. Yes, we had a similar example. There was an outpatient medical care station, and some of the rooms were not used, and IDPs were housed there. What is to be done? Yes, I understand this problem, so we need to make amendments to the Cabinet of Ministers resolution. And the last question, because we are 1 hour over time already. There is a regulation on dormitories. The very last question, Olga, International Organization of Migration. According to Resolution 930, the IDPs who reside in collective centers cannot be evicted. Please tell me if this resolution is interpreted by different people differently. Who can be the last resort for the IDPs if they are under the threat of eviction? I hope that they will not be evicted. The regional administration has made its assessment. They can see how many people with disabilities, for instance, they have in a given collective center. They need to take care of these three people and determine into what other collective center these people can be relocated. In the collective center, there could be small children that need to go to a kindergarten, and the pensioners that do not need to go neither to a kindergarten or to continue working. So all these aspects should be taken into account. Similar situations with collective centers that are located in rural areas. It's up to the regional administration. If they see that there are only three people in a collective center, but more people can be housed, let us relocate the IDPs from the collective centers where living conditions are inadequate. But we should not leave anybody in the without, so to say, without housing. Please ask the IDPs where are they from, and in some collective centers we met people from Kiev, and so we questioned them. What are you doing here? You are not eligible for housing in a collective center. People who lost their houses is one thing, but people who have other options, other housing, they should not be housed in a collective center. So you should check maybe even their profession, if they are employable, able-bodied, they can be employed.
Діючим
So the current legislation does not specify kind of employment declaration for IDPs, and allowances are provided for these IDPs. And sometimes we have IDPs with some chronic or mental health issues accommodated in collective centers, and I cannot specify the exact oblast where the situation happened, but there was a woman who, so to say, terrorized other residents, and we need to have a very differentiated approach to everyone. And taking this opportunity, I'd like to address to all the government bodies: please do not play, so to say, games with donors, because sometimes as we want to improve the conditions in the collective centers, we might interfere or deteriorate our work and cooperation with international partners. And as I am from the Donetsk region, I faced with the following situation. One of the donors provided a huge amount of money, and this money was given in euro, and then this turned out that we couldn't take this money in euro because they were stated that they cannot actually employ this money. And then we actually had to suspend this money, and the donor told us that we will never ever give you any financing, and other donors will not give you financing as well. And sometimes we keep hearing that firstly local authorities have agreed to accept donor money for repair housing or damaged properties, and then they do not use those money or donor finance. So my urge to you, please do not deteriorate your relations with the donors. If we don't have any questions, we can thank Mr. Oleksiy with our round of applause because he managed to send all our questions. And to conclude, and agree, do not play, so to say, with those games. So let's actually agree on the following. We have a separate chat where we will work on all the amendments on the resolution, and a separate work should be done in terms of recommendations for territorial communities in terms of how they should act in the process of the relocation. So there might not be any situations related to some eviction of people due to not proper understanding of our recommendations. So we need to do proper work and then to send it all. This is a complicated topic, but I do hope that we will manage. The only thing we need is our willingness to do something, and that's it. Please give our speaker a round of applause. And we are beyond our time frame, and we have two deputies of the state military administration being here with us. Here they came to share their experience. Ivano-Frankivska and Vinnytska state military administration. We have some limited amount of time, so please be very brief. Mrs. Sirko, please welcome her.
Доброго дня ще раз, шановне товариство.
Good afternoon, distinguished community. Glory to Ukraine. I'd like to brief you about the experience of Prikarpatia region, because since 2013 we has become a shelter for thousands of people who came to us. Of course, these numbers are incomparable in 2014 and in 2022, but all these people were forced to flee and to find some space accommodation. And the important thing was to provide those new arriving people to have safe accommodation and to provide all the need things. Naturally, since the very onset of hostilities, we have created a number of institutions where we have calculated the vertical actions from the state military administrations to regional and territorial communities and gramadas who have helped us in the creation of collective centers. So in 2022, the number of IDPs amounts to some thousands of 5,000 of IDPs. Of course, we have accumulated all our efforts to unite both the state sector, private sector, and 5,000 IDPs have hosted 22,000 of IDPs, 480 communal institutions were created for 20,000 beds, and thanks to our donors we have accommodated those places that were more or less acceptable in their conditions. Naturally, the first months of war have shown us that accommodations was not chaotic because we tried to foresee the normal accommodations provided to our people as well as their need in food consumptions. And now we are so happy that we have this resolution 930 with some minimum standards requirements towards collective centers. We also have quite an active work with our organizations, and these are more than 100 of these organizations. On a monthly basis, we have this OCHA platform. We have discussed all the needs in the oblast. We have two subclusters on shelter issues and on protection of child protection. We have repaired numerous shelters that amounted to 90. We have started a new educational year, so we have replaced those people in the temporary housing solutions, more acceptable for in terms of living conditions. Of course, we have some child spaces with the provision of all the needs, and with some interactive opportunities for leisure activities, and this is all thanks to money provided from our state administrations and international donors. We have created mobile donors. Those donors are visiting us on a permanent basis. We decide then our needs. We also have created a coordination center on the support of IDPs under the Ivano-Frankivsky State Military Administration, and this council deals with defining of needs and covering those needs. This council also includes a plenipotentiary of Ivano-Frankivsk region human rights, so this helps us to see all the issues related to accommodation of our people. So with this job being done, we are meeting with heads of territorial gramadas, with owners of such premises, just to discuss the recommendations, with the participation of Ombudsman office representative in the Ivano-Frankivsk region. So we analyze the situation in terms of recommendation implementations provided by the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. So that's why we have reached those high numbers in terms of eliminating those gaps being placed in the collective centers. Of course, we have some issues related to the collective centers that are not under the ownership of the state military administrations. These centers might be under the ownership of private sector or state government bodies, but we communicate these issues. We try to fill those gaps mentioned in the recommendations. So with this resolution, we have clear understanding what are the standards should be there, and after publication of this resolution, we have held councils with heads of territorial gramadas, so with the managers, owners of those collective centers that accommodate IDPs. So we did it to understand the needs, requirements, and demands stipulated in this resolution. We are grateful to the IOM. We had a working meeting, then we have online education for all our managers of collective centers, aimed at not only scrutinizing these legislative new norms, but with some explanations related to this or that direction in terms of recommendations. In fact, this week we will have another meeting, online meeting on this education with the balance holder and those owners who have submitted their applicants to be included in the collective centers. And also we will have online education meeting with the other representatives of collective centers, and we are so grateful for this. After we have discussed this resolution, we reached a clear solution to create monitoring groups, coordinators to visit all the submitted collective centers just to verify how they meet the requirements specified in the checklist. Also, we have such a monitoring group under the Ivano-Frankivsk State Military Administration. This group includes a profile deputies of the regional administration, social representatives, labor market representation, and Secretary Plenipotentiary of Ivano-Frankivsk State Military Administration. Also, some representatives of IDP Council were included into this group, and we know that IDP councils were created recently, and some international organization representatives were included as well. And this is a good sign because we can see and notice all feedbacks and opinions. Every resident has given our attention, and this resolution specifies these requirements. Also, the extension of agreement lengths is one of the other requirements, and also this agreement actually motivates to meet the requirements with the resolution, and a particular importance should be given to the assignment of this agreement with all the terms and references, and of course we need to work further to some nuances, but this is our job, and I'm not going to stop on this. And respectively, this working group has worked a number of steps where 19 shelters, where some 3,000 people are being accumulated. We have among them 458 children, 629 pensioners, and 271 people with disabilities. And we now understand that we have such opportunities to re-accommodate people, for example, who form a family, to other facilities with better conditions. So we communicate all the conditions with them, because as colleagues mentioned, we have to communicate first and foremost just to have these meet with the requirements to the minimum standards, and after this communication we will be able to communicate those needs to donors, and also this will provide us an opportunity to relocate our IDPs to other facilities, and these people are elderly ones who were relocated as well to better places. And also, if we have families where some employment opportunities were provided with children, and if we have situations when people cannot be relocated, in such cases we do some explanatory work on legalistic manners. We also provide psychological support by this monitoring group, and also some information in terms of vacant places. This is very important because people should be motivated to find job and to have income. Unfortunately, the war in Ukraine continues, but for Ivano-Frankivsk region, there are some priority tasks related to care of our residents, and naturally these are some priorities related to a number of places or a number of collective centers, meeting the requirements to the minimum standards of comfort living, support of collective centers in their maintenance, we had a number of repair works, and we are now doing repair works in another number of collective centers. We also need to prepare collective centers for hidden system. We need to provide building and reconstruct some other collective centers. As you can see, we have lots of tasks before us, but being united, we will manage to overcome all the difficulties.
Може, питань
Oh, thank you. I don't think there are any questions to you. Everybody seems to have already been a little bit tired. We now have the first deputy head of the regional administration from Vinnytsia, Ms. Zabolotna. Please welcome her. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'll try to be as brief as possible because I understand that we have exhausted our time already. Speaking about the situation as of today, as of today, in Vinnytsia region, there are slightly more than 160,000 of internally displaced persons, mostly women and children. But because when this massive relocation started, we coordinated our work with all the territorial communities, and the people in charge, officials in charge, were appointed in each territorial community. We managed to avoid the overcrowding in both regional communities and in the regional center. As you can see in this map, we managed to spread the IDPs more or less evenly in all territorial communities in Vinnytsia region. Our work with territorial communities was organized so that, first of all, private housing was supposed to be used as for the purposes of accommodation of IDPs. As of now, we have 89 in 42 communities, as you can see in the map, and according to the analysis, similar to the analysis that our international colleagues done, the majority of collective centers are located in educational establishments, in social sphere establishments, and then healthcare institutions. The resources available certainly also depend on whether the community is territorial, is urban or rural. Starting from March, we have established the online table where on a daily basis our coordinators enter the data from the collective centers, so that these officials in charge in every administration, they were gathering this data in terms of identification of vacant places in collective centers, who are, what are the contacts of the people in charge. And since March, these people were available, were accessible 24/7, because even during nighttime we had to house some of the newly arrived IDPs. We acknowledged that people would not be housed for 2 or 3 weeks as we thought initially, but we need to provide them with better living conditions. because in the first months, people were accommodated in the gyms, in the corridors of administrative buildings, in whatever space was available, where mattresses could be put with some pillows, and people could spend a night there. Now we understand that more comfortable conditions, better living conditions should be provided. So we made this assessment of the needs of each and every collective site. And this data was forwarded to the international foundations, international organizations that have resources for help. They organized, together with our officials, the visits to all the collective centers. Assessments was done of all of these collective centers, and we shared the information with charitable foundations, NGOs, and they got assistance. In this slide, you can see what our region did, similarly to what the other regions were doing. I hope you can see that beds were provided, pillows, blankets, electric ovens and stoves, freezers, fridges, boilers, and so on and so forth. Everything that was needed for dignified living conditions in collective centers. I thank all international organizations, all international donors who have been helping the IDPs in Ukraine, and also in, first of all, the refurbishment and equipment of sanitary spaces, hygiene spaces like bathrooms and so on, because in the kindergartens there were no bathrooms, for instance, when people had to take a shower just over a kitchen sink, or the simple sink instead of a bathroom or shower room. It can be done for a week or two, but for months it was intolerable. Therefore, we certainly thank all international organizations that helped us with that. We have also organized a number of trainings for the specialists, where we try to answer the questions of further use of the facilities that are now, and premises that are now used for collective centers. We discussed the ways of conflict resolution in the collective centers, because conflicting situations, disputes arise every now and then. The relations between the management of collective centers and IDPs residing in these collective centers. Stress resistance was also discussed, because nobody trained our specialists on these issues. So we are all grateful for their assistance in that area. According to resolution number 930, we appointed a working group at the regional administration, because the resolution provides for a working group at the level of the regional administration. But we understood that that working group was supposed to visit all collective centers within a month. We understood that it was not possible, and we included into that working group the specialists that in their turn made the breakdown of that group, or rather established a smaller group at the district level, and the specialists who were capable of making these technical assessments of the collective centers were included in these groups. So we have by now completed 14 visits, monitoring visits. The total number of the collective centers visited was 54. We compiled checklists And the analysis of the situation as we have it assessed by now, out of 54 assessed collective centers, only 2 complied with the requests, with the demands of the checklist. 48 are partially compliant, and 4 do not comply at all. So these issues are insufficient kitchen equipment, but this is the simplest problem that I want to mention. Now we receive the feedback after our effort done after these monitoring visits. Then we will verify the situation with the help of all territorial communities authorities, and wherever we need to work to do more, we will be doing that jointly with the local administrations. We can say that as of today, we have the readiness of the owners of some of the collective sites, although the law set their obligations practically. But as Mr. Dmytro said earlier today, we need to continue insisting on the implementation of these minimal standards. And so we can use this resolution not only as a stick, we also need a carrot for the regional for the local administrations and for the owners of the collective centers, so that they make their effort more active, the effort that is of bringing their premises in compliance with the requests of the resolution. So, as was already mentioned here, some of the owners might become reluctant to invest, so to say, in the bringing of the collective centers to the standards, to the minimal standards, because in case these collective centers were to be shut down. And as we know, all these medical institutions that were made practically to house, to accommodate especially vulnerable categories of IDPs. At the same time, we need to understand that if your premises owned by you are included into the register of collective centers, in terms of compensation, we need to know that foreign donors would we need to take into account that foreign donors would only continue providing assistance to those collective centers that are included into the registers or the lists compiled by the regional administrations and that are intended for continued use. And I would like to conclude by saying, by using the words of Miss Olga, God help us not to end up in the conditions that are in some collective centers that are not dignified at all. And we should not display here any consumerist approaches, consumerist attitudes, but with the help or through the help and assistance and efforts of the regional administrations and our national and international partners, we can turn the collective centers into the places of dignified living conditions. Thank you.
Все, що хотіла я сказати, ви сказали.
Thank you very much. You practically said everything that I wanted to say. And now I would like to turn the floor over to a person who participated in the organization of today's event, who has cooperated with us for quite some time. And that person can tell us what is the view of our international partners, what is their vision for the implementation of Resolution 930. Ms. Filikivska. Good afternoon, colleagues. I will also try to be brief. Since the beginning of the armed conflict last year, local authorities of all levels have done their best in order to accommodate both the internally displaced persons and people who were emigrating to the other countries. And with the help of the cluster, more than 7,000 transit centers were organized or have been organized. As of now, the situation has stabilized a little bit. People who had other options have left the collective centers, and the number of collective centers has been reduced to around 500. But at the same time, we know that in many of the collective centers, the most vulnerable categories remain, like single mothers with children and the other vulnerable categories. As we know, a lot of premises used for the collective sites have never been adapted and do not have any infrastructure for accommodation of households, families, and even the single people. Here you can see the geography of the collective centers. Since the beginning of the armed conflict, humanitarian organizations have done tremendous work because there was initially very large number of collective centers. They were dispersed widely, and both logistic and financial resources were needed to maintain them. But now we have clear understanding of our transition into a new, more stable stage. At the same time, we need to understand that financial resources are reduced and they will be reduced further in the future. Therefore, we need to have a clear vision of how we can, at the same time, provide better living conditions in the collective centers in cooperation with regional and other authorities. So what are the principles for our future work? Here I laid down the basic principles of coordination and cooperation between the authorities and humanitarian organizations in the implementation of collective centers. First of all, let me emphasize that this effort needs to be cooperative, and we welcome all the initiatives, all the activities, and we certainly are aware of the fact that regional administrations have the other priorities. Not only the collective centers are the focus of their attention, but complementarity with the assistance of humanitarian organizations can be an option, and we are now discussing the infrastructure and the premises of the collective centers into their compliance with the minimal standards that were included into the resolution of the Cabinet Ministers number 930.
So this is all done just to understand the number of collective centers. What are the biggest problems? Where the situation is encouraging. So these data will add some criteria in terms of prioritization for cost benefits, and I'll mention them later. And we will assess them further. Also, we have here the support of collective centers consolidation. This is an important aspect. Why? Because some collective centers cannot meet the conditions, and also kindergartens and schools might serve towards their primarily purpose, so such collective centers might be closed and those IDPs accommodated there should be relocated. So the consolidation process will be present anyhow, but these supports might be coordinated and supported to provide the lowest risks for IDPs who live there. So coming back to the analysis of data, I am convinced that you are all familiar with the checklist and with the list of collective centers. So we try to assist the government of Ukraine. We developed a questionnaire that adds to this checklist, and the Minister of Integration has recommended to use this questionnaire as well, because while using two documents, we will be able to do better analysis. We see the results on the level of the civil military administrations, but this is not enough. We need to improve our results. We need to use those mechanisms, and these are open on resources. They are provided in the coordination headquarters. You know, I'm sure, our coordinators and the region, so we emphasize to use they need to use those questionnaires. And coming back to the priority issues, you can see the main criteria of collective centers prioritization to provide costly interventions. I'd like to emphasize that people under no circumstances should be prevented from some private support, cash interventions, psychological support. And first recommendations is recommendation of the local authority bodies. This is important for international organizations to have this understanding that these collective centers will not be closed in the future. Second criteria, to have urbanized territories. We are now witnessing the situation when people are located in remote area with no access to kindergarten, schools, hospitals, etc. So they are dispatched from normal life. So that's why we will prioritize collective centers located in pre-urban areas to integrate better services for IDPs. Also, the next criteria. The number of people accommodated in collective centers. We understand that the bigger number of those people, the bigger support will be provided to such collective centers. Also, we need to mind the number of vacant places in collective centers. Then we have legal status and naturally what we have discussed today. So these collective centers should be included in the official list of register. Then we have criteria, as I called the form, the type of building. So these are those premises that might be returned to their primary premises. Then we have technical peculiarities of premises. Some collective centers cannot be in line with the minimum standards due to their technical specificities. And then we have safety. criteria, and here IDP, apologies, collective centers should be in line with the safety measures. So IDPs take those collective centers as a safe place. And I'd like to summarize and to tell you about the role, the cluster's role in this issue. So here we have the following: assistance and building capacities and collecting and analysis of data, assistance to the state military administrations in development of individual plans of consolidations and identification of collective centers are one of our priorities. We understand that situations might be different. There might be collective centers in remote areas with people who are accommodated there with no need for employment. For example, there might be elderly people. So we need to have here an individual support, and our partners and cluster, CCCM cluster, are ready to assist in development of such individual plans. I mean to have audit, to have the assessment in terms of what collective centers should be improved and empowered, and therefore understand how we can relocate people in better conditions. Also of utmost importance, and where we can see a huge gap, is an effective communication with managers of collective centers and IDPs. Sometimes we witness the following situation: people are afraid to be relocated because people have psychological trauma due to first displacement. So we need to have very careful approach to those people, to communicate them different ways of their replacement, and provide some additional assistance. Some of our representatives are present in numerous regions of Ukraine and have alignment in terms of job, and therefore we are ready to facilitate those efforts. So my presentation is ended. I tried to communicate you the main principles and not going into technical details, but I am aware that our regional coordinators keep contact with you. They are ready to answer your additional questions, and I'm ready to answer your questions right now. Thank you so much, Mrs. Alexander. And I can see that everyone is tired and no questions. So we keep receiving questions online, but they, so to say, duplicating ones. And we answer those questions below our live streaming. So the next floor is given to legal expert of Right to Protection organization. So please be brief. Good afternoon. I'll try to be brief, but the questions I'm going to raise are important ones. And Right to Protection implements CCCM project. Within this project, we take care and coordinate 121 collective centers in numerous regions, including Dnipro, Vinnytsia, and other regions. And of course, we scrutinized the resolution 900 2030, we have started online trainings for managers of collective centers, representatives of self-government bodies and state regional administrations, and during those online trainings, workshops, we have formed a range of very important issues raised by those representatives. And here I'm presenting not only on behalf of my organizations, but on behalf of those managers of collective centers who are in charge of maintenance and meeting the minimum standards of collective centers for IDPs. And I'd like to tell you briefly about the main challenges that should be emphasized. So, non-alignment of legal terminology, then practical issues of acquirement of status of collective centers and actually consequences if not such a status is being granted. Then some issues related to limitations in terms of the procedure with the number of people, the ensuring of free living there, and closure of collective centers. In terms of legal differences, in terms of terminology, so we have collective center called as called as a place of compact accommodation, and this terminology refers to two terms. The procedure identifies only the place of temporary living, and also we have the provision related to some allowances to IDPs. Then related to collective centers and their previous term. Therefore, we have these legal inconsistencies due to these differences in those terms. So people keep asking why they should rename collective centers towards other terminology. That's why this legal inconsistency or inaccuracy produces lots of other problematic issues. Then we have the issue of acquiring of collective centers status. There are also some challenges in terms of how to acquire this status. First of all, this is the term, the time frames. We understand that the deadlines approach and some applications are not submitted. Why we have such an issue is because a lot of managers of collective centers were unaware about these deadlines. Also, we have problems with this status applicancy due to the different forms of ownerships. In terms of state form of ownership, we have here numerous dormitories and other facilities. Now students require their primary accommodation in these dormitories. Then we have this problem coming from the managers of such collective centers in terms of should they be registered and included into the status of collective centers. Also, we have other collective centers that are of a communal form of ownership. The resolution provides the provision, paragraph 4, where there is a recommendation to use the self-government bodies in their activities towards the provision of this resolution. So, if we apply those provision of this resolution, why should we apply and to acquire the status of collective centers? Because we have recommendations to use other recommendation that is not mandatory for us. So this is another issue. And naturally, for private ownership, those managers of collective centers are referring to the following: due to their finance support on their own cost, they have established these collective centers, and now this is the resolution that provides for their acquiring of status on the state basis, and this is unclear how some monitoring visits should be done that the state does not finance.
Прикладами
With regard to the status of collective centers, especially those that are located in kindergartens and schools, again, it was already mentioned that the resolution is not quite, sufficiently clear. There are some assets that are determined as not to be used as collective centers, but kindergartens, for instance, they are not mentioned specifically. And so our conclusion is that if the premises of the schools and kindergartens are adapted, are equipped necessarily or sufficiently for the needs of IDPs and collective centers, they can be considered collective sites, collective centers. And therefore, there is a need now for these schools and kindergartens to turn to the regional administrations and be included into this, these lists of collective centers. So what are the legal, so to say, consequences of non-compliance? If a collective center is planned for closure, then IDPs cannot be housed there any longer. What is going to happen with the collective centers that were not included into these lists, were not given this status of a collective center? What would happen with the collective centers that within this month established by the resolution are not included into the lists of officially registered collective centers? I think this is a problem because they will be left without support and without attention in their capacity of collective centers. Another limitation of the procedure, and I agree that this is important. It is stated that the procedure does not include the people, the owners of the premises that have premises for housing of IDPs. So what should the administration do in order to verify if a person that is already housed in a collective center has another housing? If people by the time of the registration reside in a collective center, but at the same time have their own housing in some other place, the legislation states that living conditions cannot be deteriorated by the actions of the authorities. So I think that they should not be included, these people, into these lists as the possible residents of collective centers. But again, the question remains how this verification can be done. In our cooperation with the managers, we were trying to work out some mode of resolving this issue. I think that one of the ways out could be the addition of a provision to the agreements that collective centers conclude with IDPs, where it should be stated clearly that a person housed in a collective center does not own another living, another housing or another place of living. It does not provide still for any options for the administrations of how to verify this information. Another issue, the living free of charge, the free of charge stay of the IDPs in collective centers. When there was this first wave of internal displacement in 2014, it was stated in the governmental documents that people could be given housing in terms, in case of them residing in a collective center, free of charge. In that case, the costs of their stay were supposed to be covered by the government or local authorities according to Resolution 261. So the IDPs can stay free of charge, but they can be requested to pay the cost of the utility services. And here we have some legal collision because one of the documents entitles the IDPs to stay in the collective centers free of charge. But the other document provides for this option of charging them for the costs of the utility services. We thank the Ministry of Reintegration for their payment of this compensation, although it is not always and everywhere paid. These compensations are paid on time. But still, it upholds this provision that the IDPs should not be charged the cost of the utility services that they consume. The procedure also establishes the continuation of the agreements between the collective sites and the IDPs. This was recommended by the NGO Право на захист, or R2P, as a provision. Now this provision is included as mandatory into this procedures of the implementation of the resolution and the law 2930. So it's good that this provision is included into the procedure, but still it does not seem sufficient for protection of all the rights of the IDPs. Another interesting provision, it provides wide, broad authorities to the regional administrations. The regional administration can shut down a collective center on its own initiative. That's the wording of the document. So it means that a regional administration can close and may and can close a collective center when it decides, when it deems necessary. One of the conditions stated in the resolution is that there are no actual residents in a collective center, then it can be closed. But what you can see here in brackets that concerns the private owners of the collective sites. I'd suggest that this should be deleted. This provision should be deleted because it's discrimination of the private owners. They should also be entitled to apply for the closure of the collective center that is located in the premises owned by them. That's, I think, is more or less all that I wanted to share with you. I think that the enactment of this, or rather the adoption of this procedure is positive, but a lot of room for improvement remains. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have used our time and more than 1 hour of extra time. And Ms. Miranda, who is the coordinator, project coordinator of the UNHCR, would like to say some concluding remarks. And after that, we will wrap up our proceedings.
For your participation today, for being here as well as online, as well as a big thank you to the Ombudsman Office for co-hosting and moderating this event. We have especially appreciated the opportunity to hear from regional authorities about the situation and challenges in your region. On behalf of CCCM partners and other humanitarian partners, we would like to reaffirm our commitment to continue our work in collective sites, and specifically in support of government and site managers in implementing Resolution 930. We are committed to offer technical, capacity, and material support. However, we cannot cover all needs. This is why we need to continue to coordinate closely with you and base our plans on effective monitoring, assessments, and prioritization criteria. To achieve this, we look forward to continue and expand our productive coordination and ensure dignity in collective sites. Thank you again for your contributions today, here and online, and we look forward to a timely and effective follow-up to some of the issues that were raised here today. Thank you.
Дякуємо вам дуже за такі слова. Будь ласка, займайте своє місце. І хочу сказати, що Офіс омбудсмана завжди відкритий для...
Thank you for your very kind words, and I would certainly like to assure you that the Ombudsman's office is open to further contacts. If someone does not have my contact details, please approach me. I hope that after the next 6 or 7 months, we will meet again and analyze the outcomes of our work aimed at the implementation of the resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers that is